Great look at Seattle from Safeco Field as we welcome you to Mariner baseball, and always great to see the kids coming into the ballpark. Next to last game of the 2015 season is upon us on a very pleasant Saturday evening here in Seattle. It's the A's and the Mariners, and we're ready for action. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports crew, Rowanus Elias on the mound for the Mariners, and Billy Burns leading off, and Burns checks his swing. Mike Astabrook says he did commit, so strike one. I was going to say stand by for the first swing, Mike.
Usually it is on the first pitch. That one unfortunately was down out of the zone, but talked about Billy Burns throughout the year. He's very aggressive. He also leads the club with 23 stolen bases, so you want to keep his speed in the dugout tonight.
.64 degrees, 6:10 first pitch. And the dirt from Elias is looking for his first win since the 12th of September. Beat Colorado 7-2 here at Safeco Field.
It will be interesting. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of changes, but where Elias fits in going into spring training next year. Last year, or this year, on the outside looking in, as Taijuan Walker won the job.
Come back. Take a good hard look at it. One out. Take a look at the rest of the batting order for the A's.
For manager Bob Melvin, following Burns, it'll be Mark Canha. Then it is Lori Valencia. Butler, the DH, he will hit fifth. Smolinski, Vogt leading the club with 18 home runs, batting seventh. Simeon and Gentry round out the nine for the A's. For Elias on the year, 5-8 record, a 3.89 ERA, 97 strikeouts to 41 walks. Opponent's hitting .236. He's given up 14 home runs this year.
Here's Mark Canha. Up the middle, almost grabbed by a sliding Cano, but it's in the center for a base hit.
So a nice effort by Cano. Take a look at the rest of the defense. Gutierrez getting the start in left field. Miller in center. Mark Trumbo out in right. Gold Glover Kyle Seager at third base. Marte and Cano playing up the middle. Jesus Montero getting the start at first. And Jesus Sucre will do the catching tonight.
One out, one on here in the first. Brett Laurie, the hitter, moved up from the 7th spot last night, batting third here this evening. Talking about Elias and where he fits. Got to have pitching depth, right?
Have to have depth. He certainly would like to be part of the 5-man. No question about that. He's had a good fastball this year. His fastball on average is right around 92 miles an hour. Of course, the curveball and changeup is off-speed pitches.
One to Brett Laurie. Ripped in the left field, base hit. So Elias in some early trouble here in the first inning. We welcome you to our broadcast booth for our next to last broadcast of the season. Where'd it go, Mike? Where did it go?
It went quickly, didn't it? It really did. It seems that you get in the middle of the summer and you're not sure what's happening and where things are going to go, but you get at this point in September, and you've said it all year. Once you get to September, things move along quickly.
Oh, it's unbelievable, and certainly we look forward to next year and see what Jerry Dipoto and company can come up with. I anticipate a lot of moves for the second tier, if you will. You know, he's got good core guys, but in terms of support people, I'm anticipating some changes in that department.
It sounds as if when we had him on that he wants to get more athletic, certainly make some additions to the rotation, as you mentioned, depth, and try to figure things out in the bullpen and what direction they're going to go there.
I heard you talking on the radio side. It's so true about the depth in this division. This division's really something. How about today, huh?
It was a great game today between the Rangers and the Angels. I watched most of it, especially the finish to it. The Angels, I have to give them a lot of credit. They continue to hang in there. It looked as if they were done, but they were able to fight back and win that ball game late. Rangers with a 4-run lead going into the ninth, and they ended up scoring 5 to get the win. And, of course, Houston going tonight. So a lot of things still up in the air. And the Rangers right now have to be reeling a little bit, too. I'm sure they thought they had this thing wrapped up, probably looking at tomorrow's game to rest some guys, but that isn't the case. They're going to have to go out and play.
Houston's up 2-0, top of the 4th at Arizona. Danny Valencia did some damage last night. 3 for 4, knocked in 2. But a 2-run homer. It was the gamer in the 8th off of Danny Farquhar. Now, I think no sooner had I left the gym watching Texas in front, and in the short time it took me to get from my home to the ballpark. What? The Angels lead? How'd that happen?
Well, I tell you, the one thing that was concerning to me was watching that game, and they talked about Dyson, their setup man.
Okay.
Good fastball, 97 miles an hour. Valencia gives this a pretty good ride to center.
Sure does. Going back is Miller on the track, and Danny Valencia has done it again to the Mariners. A 3-run homer. 3-0 Athletics for Valencia's 18th home run. Takes his RBI total to 66. 3 consecutive hits here in the first inning. Boy, he bombed that one. Got ahead in the count. Let it fly.
Started the year with Toronto. Wasn't working out there, so the A's picked him up, and he has really played well. As Dave mentioned, his 18th home run of the year. 66 RBIs for him now. Came into the game hitting .292 as you see Miller out in center field. Towering home run to dead center.
2-0 pitch. Got it all. Elias giving up his 14th home run to right-hand hitter. Here's Billy Butler. What you were saying about Texas?
And they were talking about Dyson, and they said that he was coming into the ball game. It would be 6 days in a row for him, which I thought it was a lot. And then Tolleson comes in to save it, their closer, which really had a good year for him. And it was 5 days in a row for him. So Bannister trying to get things done and lock it up, but it hasn't worked out. You could tell that Tolleson didn't have much today. The first 2 batters ended up hitting home runs, solo home runs off, and took him out of the game. And then the rest of the bullpen wasn't able to hold things together. So tough day for the Rangers, but a great day for the Angels. I'm sure they were thinking they're probably done, but they were able to fight their way back.
Huge lift for them, and very depressing for Texas. Good news for Texas, they have clinched a playoff spot. But trying to get that division title as Billy Butler walks in a 3-1 pitch. 4 consecutive men have reached.
And as you might think, Rick waits out of the dugout, going to have a conversation.
Max Scherzer, let's find out what he's doing. He had a no-no working in New York against the New York Mets. He's through 8. Washington won the first of 2, 3-1, and is just taking the mound for the bottom of the 9th inning, trying to get a second no-hitter of the season.
I saw him in his last outing, and he was just electric. His fastball was 97, 98 miles an hour with the great breaking ball. Just looks like he's at his best right now.
Bad weather day in New York too, with getting the remnants of that hurricane and the temperature. It's got folks all bundled up in New York City at Citi Field. 57 degrees in New York. So Elias in all kinds of trouble. He's given up a 3-run homer. He's got a man aboard. Here's Jet Smolinski back up the middle. I thought Elias might be able to get a glove on that head. They're just teeing off on the young man. So after a comebacker by Burns, base hit to center, base hit to left, 3-run homer to center, a walk and a single to center.
Well, he's going to have to get out of the middle of the plate. Looks like he has pretty good stuff tonight. Good fastball at 92.
The A's 11th in scoring, just in front of the Mariners in runs per game. Mariners at 4.05 runs per game. The A's at 4.28. They're getting after it here in the first inning. Tony Zick on the right, heating up. Mike Rojas, bullpen coach, on the left. Even vote the catcher. See what he did last night. Breaking ball missed. '18 homers by Vogt. Second to 20 by Josh Reddick. The left-hand hitter's on the bench tonight. 2-0. Broken back. One hopper to get the lead runner, Billy Butler. He's 2 away. Two outs in first and second now. Marcus Semien coming up. 1 for 2 against Elias. It was a home run.
A lot of playing time for him with the A's this year. Tough year for him in the field. I would say first time through productive at the plate. 14 home runs for the shortstop.
Semien hitting .327 against the Mariners this season with 4 homers and 11 runs batted in. Mile high pop going back. Montero, he's under, makes the catch. 3 runs on 4 hits, couple of men left. Heck of a start for the Athletics. The Mariners coming to bat. New leadoff hitter, if it was up to him, would be Felix Hernandez. That bat has not left his hand since he took the field. It was the same thing last night. He still has not let go of that grand slam a few years ago at Chase Stadium. Here's the Mariners batting order for real.
Leading things up, and the real leadoff hitter will be Ketel Marte. Then it is Seager, Cruz the DH, Cano, Gutierrez, and Trumbo in the middle of the lineup. Montero hitting 7th. Then you have Brad Miller last night. Brad, a 3-hit game for him, the 4th of the season. And Jesus Ducre will round out the 9 for the Mariners.
Ketel Marte is going to lead it off against Sean Nolan. First pitch in there for a strike. Home-plate umpire tonight, crew chief Dana Demuth. Mike Estabrook at first, Ed Hickox at second, and Paul Nauert at third.
Seeing Felix with the bat, I understand he's been lobbying to get a pinch hit opportunity. Certain that will not happen.
Backhanded by Valencia. And safe. That throw pulled Canna off the bag. It'll be an E5.
Oh, they've had their struggles. The worst fielding team in the American League. Smolinski in left field. Burns can cover some ground out at center. Then you have Gentry in right. Valencia just making that error at third base. Simeon and Laurie playing up the middle. Canna, the first baseman, and Stephen Vogt will do the catching. See the wide throw, pulling Canna off the base. Good job by Marte to avoid the collision, and clearly safe on the air.
Kyle Seager, the hitter. Going against 24-year-old Sean Nolan out of Seaford, New York, out of Long Island. Second time the Mariners have seen him. Mariners beat him on September 6th in Oakland. This was fouled off.
What a year Kyle Seager has had against left-handed pitching. See his overall numbers: 270 batting average, 26 home runs, half of those home runs off of left-handed pitching, and hitting .304 against them. So he has really improved in that area. A lot of career highs for Kyle this year.
0-2 strikes. Seager 0 for 5. 0 for his last 5. 0 for 1 against Nolan.
Nolan, his average fastball around 87 miles an hour. Likes to use a slider and a changeup.
Canna goes to Simeon, and they turn a double play.
He didn't hang on to the ball.
Estabrook rung him up. I don't think Mike saw the ball come out of his glove, did he? He gave him the out sign.
Well, even Chris Woodward's asking him right now. Safe, right? He never caught the ball.
Mike rung him up. Mike never saw the ball come out. He banged him out there.
So right here you can see the pitcher getting out of the way. The ball right there comes right out of his glove. He never caught it. And Kyle will get first. So what should have been a double play and was called a double play is a fielder's choice.
Mike up the line couldn't see the ball come out.
Right.
And I think home plate umpire Danny DeMuth was giving him some hand signals like safe, 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 and all of a sudden he says, "Hey, you in the dugout, get back out of here." Here's Cruz. Nelson looks at a strike. Now he's got 14 homers against lefty pitching this season. He's currently tied with Jay Buhner, most home runs by a right-hand hitter in club history. Good to see him get a couple of knocks last night. He got an RBI single in the center field and an infield hit in the 8th inning. Came into last night's game 1 for 12 in a homestand. Now he goes down swinging. There's 2 away. I'll get some more baseball history made just moments ago. Citi Field in New York City. And Max Scherzer is second no-no of the season. First pitcher since Roy Halladay with 2 no-nos in the season. And one of Halladay's, the second one, was in the postseason. So good for Max. Mets lose both ends of that doubleheader. They're in a battle for home field advantage for their series against the LA Dodgers. Cano's been on one heck of a tear. 14-game hitting streak. Got his batting average up to 286.
And for the most part, using the entire field lately, hitting the ball the other way, and it looks like that's what he tried to do on the first pitch to him. It was on the outside corner trying to hit a line drive the other way. Fouling it off.
Stay fair. It goes foul. Third base umpire Paul Nauert taking a good look at it. Jake Smolinski throwing it back up into the stands. 0-2. Finn needed that extender arm to make the catch with his cap.
Sean Nolan throwing a lot of strikes here in the first as you take a look at the numbers over the 14-game hitting streak for Cano. 12 pitches, 10 strikes.
0-2 to Robbie. To Cano with runner at first. That pitch off the plate. 1-2. He's zoned in, driving that ball the opposite way.
You can see where they pitched him all the pitches right on the outside corner or off the plate away. Hasn't tried to throw a fastball inside yet.
One and two. Nolan deals. It's ball 2. Congratulations to Max Scherzer, second no-hitter of the season. First pitcher to do it in the regular season with 2 no-nos since Mr. Nolan Ryan back in 1973. 2-2 pitch. Plays off it, full count. Franklin Gutierrez on deck. Back in 73, Mr. Ryan was with the Angels. Just come over in that trade with Jim Fregosen from the Mets. Back up the middle. Robbie Cano's hitting streak extended to 15 games. Seager to third. And 2 outs, and to bring up Franklin Gutierrez.
And for Sean Dolan, everything away from it. You take a look at our Alaska Airlines Super Bowl, and Cano staying with that pitch, not pulling it, just hitting it right back up the middle. He's too locked in, too good a hitter to just stay in one area on him, and Cano picks up another base hit.
An opportunity for Franklin Gutierrez. Mariners down 3-0 in the first inning homer by Danny Valencia. Scherzer, by the way, had 17 strikeouts in that game. Man, that's a day. Strike 1 on to Franklin. He's about due. He's 0 for his last 9. Had a terrific season since being called up from AAA. Didn't get enough of it. Billy Burns right there in left center to make the catch. 3-0 as the Chamber of Commerce would love that shot right there. He's with an early lead. Make sure you get your hands on the latest and greatest Mariner Moose poster. They're free to all youngsters tomorrow for Kids Appreciation Day, presented by Ivers and Kid Valley. There'll be prizes, surprises, mascots, and more. So grab your tickets. Go get them right now for tomorrow's 12:10 finale at Mariners.com. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports Crew here. 3-0 as we go to the second. Mike, we're first inning talking about what the Angels did. The Yankees are in big trouble. They lose to Baltimore in the first game 9-2 as this pitch swung on and fouled back by Craig Gentry. And they're in the process of losing game 2, 4-3 to Baltimore, top 9. They could fall to the second wild card spot.
No, you're right. You have Texas at 87 wins. It'll be interesting. It's going to be a fun last day. And again, all the games starting at the same time.
12:10 Pacific as Sucre takes another hit. It's been a bad month. We'd say month and a half, 2 months for Suki.
I'll give him 2 months.
Man, it's
where he's
taking hit everywhere.
Taking a beating back there. And right now he's hoping Elias finds command of his pitches. 24 pitches, 12 strikes, 12 balls. That's not the ratio you want to see in that last one in the dirt. Ended up getting it. And that was a fastball. You didn't expect that.
Just out of the reach of Marte, another base hit for the Athletics. This one by Craig Gentry, the off-injured speedy outfield.
Well, again, falling behind and gets a fastball out over the plate. Out of the reach of Marte. Tony Zick had been up in the first inning, and it looks like they're going to get him up again.
Swing and a miss as we get back to the top of the order. Billy Burns.
There's Tony.
Elias 0-1. 0-2 tomorrow. That LA-Texas game will be Garrett Richards against Cole Hamels. Houston's not announced its starter for tomorrow as of yet. The Yankees at Baltimore. Michael Pineda against Chris Tillman. Should be a double play, and it is. Quick 2 outs. Elias needed that. A's win last night 4-2, ended a 5-game losing streak to the Mariners. First time the A's gone back-to-back wins since September 17-18. Not won 3 consecutive games since late August. Bob Melvin's Cruz had a bad year. Here's a drive, deep right center field. Miller can get it. It bounces around as Trumbo will pick it up. Digging for 3 and getting there is Mark Canha with his 3rd triple of the season.
We'll take a look at Brad Miller getting the start in center field. The ball slicing away from him. Looked like it went right off the end of his glove. So through an inning and 2/3, already 6 hits for the A's, including a couple of extra base hits. A home run by Valencia and that triple.
Brett Laurie, the hitter. Single to left, scored on a 3-run Valencia homer. Double plays even bigger now. Laurie has a similar hitch in his swing like Montero. 2-2.
His command is just not there. Everything up in the zone, including the breaking ball. The last pitch, a curveball, and you can see how high it is. Struggling.
2-2. Full count, runner at third, 2 outs.
I'm giving up the 6 hits, and you mentioned the double play ball. Even that was hit firmly with Burns hitting it because he can really fly down the line. They were able to turn it because how hard he hit it. Fortunately, it was right at Marte.
Valencia's on deck. 3-2 pitch to Laurie. He tags this one pretty well. Brett Miller has it in his sights, and he puts it away. No runs, a hit, no error. No runs, 2 hits. No errors and a man left. It's 3-0 Athletics. GCI subscribers from Alaska, thank you for rooting on the Seattle Mariners and all of us at Root Sports and the Mariners. We really appreciate your support. Mark Trumbo pulls one deep left field. Nice run down by Smolinski, 1 down. Bacon is one of the biggest commodities in this country in the last couple 3 years. It's unbelievable. Baseball and bacon in a Mariners game. Put him on a poster next year. Brings up Jesus Montero. All right, Mike, baseball quiz. What happened on this date? Major League history. More than 50 years ago. In fact, more than 60 years ago.
There was a pretty big home run hit.
Correctamundo. October 3rd, 1951. Shot heard around the world. Bobby Thompson. Home run off of Ralph Branca. This one popped out. Laurie, the second baseman's got it. There's a quick 2 outs. Seattle City Light power play. There's a home run by Brett Miller.
Brad with 3 hits last night, including his 11th home run on the year. Showing some real pop going the other way.
11 homers, 46 runs batted in for Brad. It's official when Felix, the last man in the receiving line, gives you the big hug. That's when you know you've done good. So that's 13 stolen bases. Pops this one up, going back to Simeon, the shortstop. Sean Nolan breezes in the second inning. 3-0 lead for the Athletics. Twilight, a beautiful thing here in Seattle. We'll be right back. First inning, 2-0 count, couple of men aboard, and Danny Valencia goes kaboom. 18th homer. Brings his RBI total to 66. He had a 2-run homer last night in the 8th to win it. 4-2 for the A's.
And that looked like it was on a 2-0 changeup, elevated again up in the zone, 86 miles an hour.
There's Valencia to lead off the third. Valencia, Butler, and Smolinski 4, 5, and 6. Best wishes going out to La Grande Orange. Great Rusty Staub was flying back from Ireland to New York, suffered a heart attack on the plane 2 hours out from Ireland. They had to turn around and get him back to hospital. Last I heard, he was resting comfortably. One of the great ambassadors in the game, a terrific player in his day with the Montreal Expos and the Mets and the Houston Astros. Houston Colt 45s when he was there. Restaurateur who's raised millions for the children of departed firemen and police officers in New York City. Speedy recovery wishes to Rusty. All 2 strikes to Valencia. Two from Elias. We have seen him sharper. Giving up 3 runs on 6 hits. Breaking ball fouled off. Should be fun. Try to see what happens with the Cubs and the Pirates. And we'll be on the air 12:10 tomorrow. Yankees Baltimore is going to be a big one. Yankees could fall to the second wild card depending on what happens tonight. Houston. Yankees come up with another loss as Valencia leads off the third with a walk. Second walk issued by Elias. Tomorrow's matchup. Our coverage begins at 11:30. Chris Bassett takes on Vidal Nuno.
I'd like to see Nuno have a good day tomorrow. We'd ask him to do a lot of different things, including the spot starting. Pretty strong.
I would say he's in pretty good standing as you look towards the 16th season, right?
I think so, yes. I think you'd definitely like to have him a part of your club. He can do so many different things. Come in and get a left-hander out of the bullpen, be a long man out of the bullpen, spot start like he's going to do again tomorrow.
As Lloyd was talking about today, stretched out, he can let him go. See how far he can go tomorrow. Right field, one hop base hit off the bat of Billy Butler. Stick around after the game. Mariners post game presented by Delta Airlines comes your way. Brad Adam, Bill Kruger, Angie Mentink. All the post game interviews and analysis after this contest. Game number 161. What a difference a year makes. Last year at this time, the city was buzzing. This ball club was very much in contention to force a playoff against these A's, but A's wound up winning their game in about, I think it was about 3:15 our time. Felix was about halfway through the game, and they wound up taking them out. Had eliminated the Mariners on that Sunday last year. Jake Smolensky, a single to center, first time up.
I think you look at the club this year, and it's pitching. Tony Zick up for the third time. He's been up every inning now for Elias, who's in trouble again. Oakland so far 1 for 4 runners in scoring position.
There's a strike. Elias got up to the good start, open up the ball game, and come back off the bat of Burns, but then Canna with a single to center. Laurie a single to left. Valencia a 3-run homer. Still wind up leaving 2 men aboard. Walker, base hit followed. Two and one. Double play, big help to Elias in the second inning. Canna tripled to right center field, but they were able to strand him at third. They got a walk and a base hit, 2 on, nobody out.
Dave, you were talking about last year. I think it's pretty apparent the Mariners this year ERA 12. Oof. And clearly the bullpen. Last year you could really shorten up games with as good as the bullpen was last year. I think the best bullpen in baseball, and had to change so many different things out there this year.
Last year, if there was a lead, they held it. If it was a deficit, they held it. They had a lead, it was held. I mean, he couldn't ask for
a
group effort.
Absolutely. And another walk. And Lloyd McClendon has seen enough. He's out of the dugout.
Bases loaded. Not the way you wanted to see Elias bang out here in the 15th season. He's going to leave him loaded, nobody out in the third inning, and Stephen Vogt, a power hitter, coming to the plate. A tough outing. Looking at the clink, looking down into the ballpark. Not a good outing for Elias tonight.
Not the way that he wanted to finish the year. 2+ innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. They're all earned. Has 3 walks. Didn't strike anybody out. 51 pitches. Just 26 of those for strikes. And he's responsible for all 3 runners that are on base right now. Tony Zit going to take over. He's pitched well for the Mariners. 12 appearances for him. A 2.93 ERA. 20 strikeouts in 15 in the third. Only 3 walks. Opponent's hitting .262 off of Tony. Good fastball. He'll be 95 to 97 miles an hour with a good slider.
He's impressed. There's another guy that, you know, when you're looking towards next year, he's held in some high regard.
He's done a lot of things well. And again, in this fastball, even at 95 to 97, he has good run to it. He can get in on the hands of the righties, work off the outside corner to left-handers. And he's able to throw his slider for strikes. Pretty nice combination to have.
So you got Danny Valencia at third, Billy Butler at second, Jake Smolinski at first. It's Ty Waller, the first base coach. Ron Washington coaching at third. Good hitter here in Stephen Vogt, second leading home run guy in the ball club. Strike one. Vogt 0 for 1. 273 hitter this season with the bases loaded. 13 runs. Here's the 0-1. Looking back, slow grounder. Get one. Did they get both? No. Scoring on a play, Valencia. So third is Butler. Smolinski's eliminated. And Vogt's aboard. Another fielder's choice.
And he'll pick up an RBI. Right off the end of the bat. Really didn't hit it very hard and beats it by a step.
Slow roller didn't help the Mariners, that's for sure. So runners at the corners. And one away. Marcus Semien popped out to Montero.
And a good fastball from Tony at 97 miles an hour on the outside corner.
Check swing. Seager coming home. And they got Billy Butler. And they cannot get Vogt to third. So Billy's retired. There's 2 outs. 5-2-6 all put out.
And it's an easy play for Kyle. Nice little 2-hopper. As Dave mentioned, Butler does not run well. And he's now 1 for 6 runners in scoring position.
A's were 1 for 10 last night. Mariners 1 for 6. 4-2 victory by Oakland. Great Gentry base hit the center first time up. The middle, Marte flips the canoe, and that'll do it. A's add another run. They have a 4-0 lead. Here in Seattle, and Fans King Felix wants you on his team next year. So join the club right now as a 2016 Mariners season ticket holder. The full season or 20-game plan, you can guarantee your seat to catch the all-star pitcher of the Mariners at Safeco Field next season. More info, mariners.com/16. There's Jesus Sucre to lead it off. Suki last night with a double, went 1 for 2 and got a sacrifice down as well. Team leader in that category. And here's another base hit. He's had a nice couple of weeks here.
A little inside-out swing on a fastball, ends up in the middle of the plate. Take a look at our Alaska Airlines Supermo.
Jesus Sucre, that's his 5th hit on the homestand. Edgar Martinez likes that. Sucre now 5 for his last 10.
Tony Zick really did a nice job picking Elias up. He comes into a bases loaded, nobody out situation, ends up giving up just the 1 run. So you close the book on Elias. 2+ innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. 3 walks, no strikeouts. He gave up 1 home run.
Be thinking about that during the offseason. Top the order, Marte, 1-1 pitch, way outside. Houston with a 3-0 lead at Arizona. Colin McHugh on the mound for the Astros. That is in the bottom of the 6th. Laurie, step onto the grass, makes catch. Bring up Kyle Seager with 1 out, 1 on.
Kyle hit into a fielder's choice his first time up.
Good action out of the pen tonight. Ladies' night out here at the ballpark is Seager. Boy, he pops one up. Easy play for Burns. 2 away. Not squaring him up, Mike.
A lot of fly balls, lazy fly balls.
Cruz struck out in an 0-2 pitch. It's in the first inning. Mariners. Sucre hit to start this inning, just the second of the evening. Cano got a base hit in the first.
For the most part, for Nolan, he stayed with his fastball changeup combination. A lot of pitches up in the zone. Again, he's not overpowering. His fastball 87, 88 miles an hour.
Mariners beat Nolan back on the 6th of September. He went 6 innings, a 5-hit, 3-run ball, 3 walks, and strikeout, 85 pitches. 2-0, 3-0.
Cano waiting on that. Extended his hitting streak to 15 games with a base hit his first time up. Another high fastball. So right at the top of the strike zone.
See if he can unload on one right here. 3-1 pitch.
He tried to.
He sure did. Two pitch to Nelly. Up this way. Sucre was on the move. 3-2, 2 outs.
And another elevated changeup. Top of the strike zone.
Trying to tie Chris Davis for the major league home run lead.
Harper hit his 42nd today. Best fastball we've seen from Nolan at 91.
2-2. Up the middle, base hit. Sucre will get to third. 2 outs, runners at the corners for the Mariners. For Robinson Cano, their hottest hitter right now. 15-game hitting streak.
8 pitches to pick up this at bat right here, this base hit. Stayed with it, looked like a fastball in the outside corner, hitting it right back up the middle.
Third hit for the Mariners. Another 2-strike base hit for Nelson Cruz. Sports hernia surgery after the season. Report to spring training. And 100% health. Looking forward to that. Drives this one deep to right. Good ball. 18-19 rolls up. A line drive, 3-run homer by Robinson Cano. He has been ripping it despite the sports hernia. That's home run number 21. Takes his RBI total to 79. We got a 1-run ball game. Hitting the ball with authority here these last couple of weeks.
And I think Sean Nolan clearly misses his location. 75 miles an hour and off-speed pitch. I think it's the changeup. You can see Vogt set up on the outside corner, and that pitch middle in as he drives it into the seats. Head right on it, barrel to it. Not a lot of movement in that swing.
Pick one to Franklin Gutierrez and fly it to center. He drove it up there. Impressive. A 1-run game. 413 feet on that blast. Robbie hitting like that out of the gate next year. Mariners get up to a good start. Some swing he has 2-1. He fouls it back.
Well, we were talking about it with the Mariners making a lot of outs in the air. Eventually somebody you would hope would square one of them up, and can square it up much better than that. Not only was it well back into the seats, but it was well back into the seats in a hurry.
2-2 to Goody, 2 out. Oh, look out, right up the middle, base hit. Throw it and duck. Giant runs aboard.
I'm not sure how that missed him. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Right back at him. Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, it is. 3 consecutive hits by the Mariners, 4 in the inning. Trumbo reached out, pulled an outside pitch fly to left. Gets by Vogt, couldn't find it. Goody was scooped to second.
That'll be a wild pitch.
So Goody in scoring position with the tying run. Into the bat. Here comes Burns. Makes the play. Good inning for the Mariners. They get 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors, leave 1. And Robbie Cano with a monster blast. A 3-run jack, his 21st. Mariners right back in it at 4-3. ball game 4-3 as we check out our Geico this date in MLB history. Take you back 20 years ago. Man, in a blink, huh? Seemed like yesterday. Ken Griffey Jr. Couple of home runs off the Yankees starter David Cohn in his postseason debut. 3 for 5. That's a day. 2 homers, 3 ribbies, 3 runs. He won of the ALDS. Unfortunately, the Mariners lost that game 9-6. They were AL West champions that year.
And we all just shook our head. We knew going into that game, in that situation, that Junior was going to do something special. I didn't expect him to hit 2 home runs, but I thought he would hit a big home run in that game.
Is that the game you said you win it and you got in early that morning, right?
Yeah, played that afternoon.
There's Billy Burns. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Tony Zick going in relief of Roenis Elias.
Tony came into the game, bases loaded, nobody out. See if he can settle things down a little bit for the Mariners, especially after Cano just hitting that 3-run homer, put him right back in this ball game.
Burns pulling away off of that pitch, 1-2. Two. Outfield shifted towards left for Burns, and he takes a call. 3rd strike. Tony Zick's first strikeout. Take a look at the National League playoff picture. Cubs won today. Pirates lost. Cardinals, they clinch home field for all NL series. They'll play a wild card winner. Pirates lead the Cubs by a game. And the Dodgers, with a lead over the Mets, they tie. The Mets win the tiebreaker, and the Cubs own the tiebreaker against the Pirates for home field in a wild card matchup. The Dodgers can clinch home field with a win today.
We talked about Elias and his struggles. Tony Zick on the other end of it. 12 pitches, 10 strikes. First pitch strikes to all 5 batters that he's faced so far.
Being aggressive, not nibbling. The Dodgers, by the way, lead the Padres 2-1 in LA. That's in the bottom of the 5th. Mark Canha, the hitter.
And Arizona has scored to make it a 3-1 ball game. Houston, Arizona. They're in the 7th.
Dare to make any predictions based on what you've seen and heard here today?
After what I saw in that Ranger Angel game, no. I'm not making any predictions.
And the Angels are getting smoked, and they come back and win the game.
It'll be a lot of fun to watch the way things play out tomorrow. A lot of scoreboard watching.
And how about how the Yankees are in a free fall, too? That is, they lose a doubleheader today. They could fall to the 2nd wild card position in the American League with a loss tomorrow. And see what Houston does and what Texas does. 1-2 pitch. Easy play for Seager. 2 outs. 2 away here in the 4th. Mariners and EQC. They've saluted the men and women of the armed forces with the discount all season long. Members of the military receive 10% off select main, terrace, and view level seats. To all those who have served or continue to serve, big thank you from everybody here at the Mariners and Root Sports. Brett Laurie, single and a fly to center.
hurt tonight. That last fastball at 98 miles an hour. And again, he has some run to it. You can see 18 pitches, 14 strikes now.
Feeling good tonight. Strike two.
We were talking about it earlier. So far, he's opened up a lot of eyes. Finished strong right here. And I like his position going into spring training to be a part of the bullpen.
So Gray wants it up in the zone and hit back up the middle. Marte knocked it down. Base hit for Laurie. 2 for 3 this evening.
They would have had to spin, get rid of it quickly. Laurie runs well, so I'm not sure he would have been able to get him anyway. He had the range. Went away to his left.
2 out, 1 on for Danny Valencia. 1 for 1, a 3-run homer. He's walked. He scored twice. He smokes this one. Center field. Blown back. Brad Miller. And he's there on the track. So Valencia a little dialed in. First 2 games of this series. 4-3 A's. .161 for both teams. Let's take a look at the Mariners calendar, brought to you by Sleep Country USA. Wrap it up tomorrow. Catch your breath on Monday, and then you're a baseball fan. You're going to be watching the playoffs, and they start Tuesday with the AL wild card, National League Wednesday, ALDS on Thursday, and then Friday the National League. And as we discussed yesterday, things have changed. Back in the old days, right now the World Series would be playing on a day like today. But now, with all the layers of the playoffs, as Montero swings and pops one up, the World Series maxes to 7 games. It'll take it to November 4. 1 out. As Gentry makes the catch. Montero now 0 for 2. Sean Nolan giving up 3 runs on 5 hits. The big blow, a Robinson Cano 3-run homer in the 3rd inning.
He was throwing a lot of strikes, 49 pitches, 35 strikes. A lot of flyouts for the Mariners. Fortunately, one of them left the ballpark. 21st home run by Cano. The A's have to shift on with Brad Miller heading. Even though all Brad did was go the other way yesterday. 3 base hits for Brad, including a home run that he hit the other way.
Popped up.
And he'll go the other way again.
Finds a hole. Smart hitting. His 3rd career hit off of Nolan.
And here's a look at the swing again, just letting the ball travel, and he did this last night for 3 base hits. Well, he's been a hot hitter lately. Came into the game hitting .258 with 11 home runs.
Brings up Jesus Sucre. Base hit to right. Scored on the Cano 3-run homer. Jesus has batting average up to 158. Hit that off the end of the bat.
And no one really took a lot off of that last pitch, just 73 miles an hour.
Up and in, 2-1. Top of the 7th now. Houston 4, Arizona 1.
Good homestand, 5 for 10.
I'll say. 1 for 2 in last night's game. 3 for 4 in Wednesday's loss to the Astros. Decent lead for Brad. He's got 13 stolen bases, been caught 4 times. Miller is out, and they go around the horn with a 5-4-3 double play. Miller took off, stopped, and then restarted. And they get the double play on this beautiful night here in Seattle. 4-3 A's. In print and online at SeattleTimes.com. The Seattle Times delivers deep sports coverage to your desktop, phone, or tablet. Make the most of the season. Visit SeattleTimes.com to subscribe tonight. Festive atmosphere. A couple of teams whose season essentially been over a few weeks. Like to see that good enthusiasm here in the ballpark. Ladies' night out. Talk about being true to the Mariner colors. She's taking it to the max. Billy Butler leads off against Tony Zek. Strike 1 to Billy.
And so far, Tony's really thrown the ball well. 8 batters, 7 first pitch strikes, 22 pitches, 18 strikes from him, and he's able to use his slider along with the good fastball. He's topped out at 98 so far, an inning and 2/3 for Tony. On this homestand, he actually had one of the starts. It was bullpen by committee, but he had a start. Stretched him out to, I believe, 39 pitches in that outing. Really threw the ball well.
It was on Wednesday. 7-6 Astros win. Swing and a miss. Dismisses Billy Butler. Tony's second strikeout.
Another good slider from him. So difficult as a hitter when you have to get ready to hit 97, 98, and then he puts a little wrinkle in it. A slider right there at 84. Tough to make that adjustment.
Jake Smolinski, 1 for 1 with a walk. The first pitch strike.
Michael Guaipe starting to get loose in the pen.
How about those numbers there? He's only thrown 4 balls, 22 strikes. Really good work. 0-2 to Smolinski. Did not go.
8 out of 9 first pitch strikes now.
Good pitch. Back-to-back Ks. Tony, it's out number 2. It's his 3rd strikeout. Make sure you improve your on-bus percentage. Riding is easy. Just ask our rider's guide, available at soundtransit.org. Quick 2 outs here in the 5th. Brings up Stephen Vogt. Couple fielder's choices for him tonight. Picked up an RBI with the 2nd.
He's had a good year for the A's. 261, 18 home runs, 70 RBIs. Catching tonight, but also plays some first base.
Holding with that pitch. All 2 strikes.
And again, at 97, you have to guess and cheat a little bit, get your swing going, and that was a slider down out of the strike zone at 85, and you can see how far out in front he was.
One-two pitch. 98 miles an hour off the plate. Rick Waite's got to be pleased with what Tony is performing at here in the 5th inning. Count runs full. 3 strikeouts. Doesn't walk anybody.
White ready to go in the pen.
Tony's given up just 1 hit. An infield hit to Laurie back in the 4th. Two to Vogt. Struck him out. Strikes out the side here in the 5th. 4 for his efforts tonight. 4-3. Athletics lead. Sports is brought to you by AM/PM. Too much good stuff. And by BNSF Railways, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. Pleasant night here at Safeco Field. Mariners trail 4-3, bottom of the 5th. Good to have you with us, Dave Sims, Mike Flowers and the Root Sports crew. Big day in baseball with the Angels staying alive in a pennant chase and playoff chase. Max Scherzer throws his second no-hitter. Robinson Cano here. Set a 3-run homer to get the Mariners back in the game, 4-3.
And Elias really struggled in his final outing of the year, just 2+ innings, giving up 4 earned runs. Did not have good command, but Tony Zick has really settled things down. 2 2/3. Really pitched well, 4 strikeouts.
2-1 to Marte leading off the 5th. He'll be followed by Seager and Cruz. Tony Zick, strong performance this evening.
So far, just the 1 hit.
Three and 1 to Marte. Sean Nolan on the mound for the Athletics, giving up 3 runs on 6 hits. Full count. Seager's on deck. Simeon bobbles, another error. Marte's aboard. That'll be an E6.
Pretty routine play right to him. Not able to handle it. Had a tough year in the field this year.
Man, that is for sure. That's his 35th error. Lars made 24. Brings up Kyle Seager, who's 0 for 2.
The A's have had just a really tough year fielding. Already 3 errors in this game tonight. Dead last in the American League in fielding. With the 3 errors, they have 125 errors.
Yikes. Well, that'll be point of interest next spring. You can bet on that.
You look at Baltimore, the best fielding team, they've made just 76.
Popped it up, playable.
We've seen a lot of that tonight. A lot of pop-ups, a lot of fly ball outs.
Valencia with the catch, 1 out. All right, third time for Nelly seeing Sean Nolan tonight. Boomstick is struck out and singled to center on a 3-2 pitch in the third. Ian Sucre scored on the Cano 3-run homer.
And out of the 13 outs that Nolan has recorded, 9 of them in the air.
Last ball. 86 by Bay. Looks like he'll be next.
Good way to finish up for Tony Zek.
He'll be a person of interest next February in that bullpen for the bullpen, trying to rebuild it to where it was last year.
Special arm. He was topping out at 98 today and has shown an ability to get his breaking ball over for strikes.
All 2 strikes. Cruz with a nice bounce back night last night, going 2 for 4, coming in 1 for his last 12. Tied for 6th today and batting in the American League at 303.
Fernando Abad, the left-hander. Leon, the righty.
Two. Strike 3 called. 2 outs. 2 down. Nolan with his second strikeout, both have been of Nelson Cruz. Hey, tomorrow, our youngest Mariner fans have a chance to win a great lineup of prizes at Kids Appreciation Day. Mariners autographs, a new Nintendo 3DS and Wii, plus an American Girl doll, complete with a Mariners t-shirt. For tickets to tomorrow's 12:10 game, visit mariners.com. Up high to Cano.
Next pitch will be 70 for Nolan.
Robbie representing the go-ahead run. He looks at ball 2. Come a long way since his batting average was in the high 230s. At just 251 the first half of the season.
The way that he's been swinging, I'm pretty sure he has the green light right here if he wants to swing at 3-0. Franklin Gutierrez waiting on deck. Franklin with a base hit his last time up.
It's ball 4. First walk issued by Nolan. Set up for Goody. And screamer right past the left ear of Nolan in his second impact. That was in the third inning. Flied out the center in his first impact. The good news about that single in the third, it broke an 0 for 10.
Mariners 1 for 3, runners in scoring position.
called. Goody's shown really good power at right center field. May give him a big gap right center. Here at Safeco Field. Gentry, the right fielder, Burns, the center fielder. This is a hit 2-0. Melvin, skipper for the Athletics. Catcher in his day. Here's a 2-0. It's that high strike. 2-1 to Goody. All it calls time. Got to tie that shoe. This is not a Shaq size 23.
No, it's not.
Arnold Leone heating up. Two and one. Two outs and a 2-2 count with 2 on for Franklin Gutierrez here in the 5th inning. Marte at second, Cano at first. Boy, tried to lollipop one in there at 79.
Looks fidgety this inning, moving around a lot. I think he just wants to get through the inning. He has the lead with 1 run, and at 5 innings he qualifies for the win. Being very careful. Young pitcher. Happens.
Here comes the 2-2. Spiked it up there. Vogt can't find it. Marte and Cano move up a base. That'll be a wild pitch. A 3-2 count to Goody.
He just spikes a fastball. It's one of the better fastballs we've seen at 91, but you can see it barely cleared the grass. Well out in front of home plate.
Good opportunity for the lead here for the Mariners. 3-2 pitch coming to Goody. Fouled it back.
Going with the changeup again. This will be the 8th pitch coming up. And the 80th pitch for Nolan.
Melvin's been in battle to say the least, but he signed a new contract. Here's a 3-2 to Goody. Coming over is Gentry to make the grab. No runs, no hits, and error, 2 left for 3 A's.
you earlier about Max Scherzer's no-hitter, and it was close to being a perfect game. He didn't walk anybody, just an error by Yunel Escobar prevents that from being a perfect game. We give you the best part, the last out. It's time for our Big Fish Casino Big Catch. Congratulations to Max Scherzer, who throws his second no-hitter of the season. He's the first player to throw 2 no-hitters in the regular season since 1973. Roy Halladay threw 2 in 2010, but his second one was in the postseason. And Nationals swept in the doubleheader, 2-0 the final in that second game. Guys, back upstairs to you.
Angie, thank you very much. Michael Guipe takes over.
19 appearances for him. It's been a struggle. ERA well over 5. Opponent's hitting .343. He's given up 5 home runs. Simeon, Gentry, and Burns due up. So some speed for the A's here in the top of the 6th.
Simeon 0 for 2 tonight. This series and the last couple of series since Ron Washington came back to the A's, you've seen him working extensively with Simeon before the games. All kinds of hand drills. Ron does it. I'm sure you're familiar with those. You did a lot with Wash. Yeah. He's right in front of you and he's hitting the ball at you. And those close order drills, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's all just working your hands and trying to soften him up a little bit. He's a good athlete. Mentioned it earlier, he's made over 30 errors this year.
Quick release by Seager. 1 down. Take a look at our Coors Banquet Timeless Moment. Take you back to '93. Toronto Blue Jays, first American League team to have teammates finish 1, 2, 3 in the batting race. Some good guys there. John Olerud, Paul Molitor, and Roberto Alomar. Paulie and Robbie in the Hall of Fame.
That club
had a great club, and a great career.
That club could really hit.
Yeah, did a lot of games. A 4-letter network that year. It was a pleasure going up to Sky Dome at that time, and that place was jumping.
Well, it is again.
You can understand.
Yeah.
They've got what, Donaldson and Bautista with 40, and Encarnacion pushing 40. I think the last time I looked, he was at 38.
That's what I saw too.
24,448 on hand here tonight. Penultimate game of the season. Gentry, the hitters, 1 for 2. You like their pitching, Toronto, in the playoffs?
I like David Price.
Barely won a game. I think it was yesterday. Stroman gets back.
Yeah.
Seager gets another opportunity. The bullpen's it's not bad.
It's better. Hawkins. It's better.
Hawk has done a nice job there.
Mark Lowe.
Who's it? Steve Delabar. I think he was brought back late in the season. Quick 2 outs. Top of the order, Billy Burns.
And you would expect Price to be dominant. I think the rest of them just don't hurt the ball club. Keep us in the game until these guys start swinging the sticks. Right?
And Tulo came back, I believe, yesterday.
Picked up a base hit in that game yesterday.
So that's a lift. Was it their run scoring margin was plus 220 something last time I checked? And that's insane.
Nobody was even close to that.
Please. Been like that most of the year. Going into today, the run differential was plus 231. Well,
they lost by a run today, so they gave a run back. 230.
Burns tonight, a comebacker to Elias, bounced into a double play and took a called third strike. Whitebay's got him 2-2.
Houston at Arizona. They're in the 8th inning. They've increased their lead 5-1.
How about that? Colin McHugh, 7 innings, 6 hit, 1 run ball, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk. 2-2 pitch. Outfield shallow and shaded way towards the left for Burns. 2-2. Now it goes full.
Mark Canha waiting on deck. A couple of hits for him tonight. Seems rare to see Burns up there. This is going to be the 8th pitch. Usually he's out of there in 3 pitches.
Absolutely. Whitebay trying to put him away here. 3-2. 2 out, nobody on. And he lost it. 2 ground balls and then long at bat. Burns wins it with a walk. Boy, tough year for Rick Waite's pitching coach, watching some of the things that have happened coming out of the bullpen. Mark Canha, single, triple, and a ground out to Seager. Scored on the Valencia 3-run homer in the first. That's how the A's broke on top. Pitch out, nothing doing. They added another run in the third. Fielder's choice RBI by Stephen Vogt. Bottom third. Mariners come back 3 runs on 4 hits. The highlight, a 3-run homer by Robinson Cano, is 21st. Robbie having a good night. 2 for 2 with a walk, 3 ribbies. Extended his hitting streak to 15 ball games. Not much of a lead by Burns. So Gray keeps it in front. 2-1.
Not a bad idea. Burns leads the club in steals with 23.
Surprised he hasn't gone.
I am too, especially with a couple of outs.
Yeah. Strike 2. Expect to see a lot of running in the playoffs. What do you think?
Boy, that's a good question. I think if Houston's in, yes. They're going to run a lot. I think that with DeShields and Odor, Andrews, they'll run.
Yeah.
I don't expect Toronto to run a lot.
No,
they're going to try to hit 3-run homers.
All day.
Kansas City can run.
They may, look at it. That might be the most athletic bunch in the entire playoffs. They in Houston.
Kansas City?
Right?
Kansas City and Houston. Yeah, I would agree with that. Correct myself. Burns with 26 steals on the year.
Brett Laurie's on deck. 3-2 count coming up here to Canha. 2 outs. And a speedy runner at first and Billy Burns. Outfield straight away and deep. Whitebait deals 3-2. Ball 4. Couldn't stand prosperity. Got 2 ground outs, and then comes back with back-to-back walks.
Well, this is what we've seen from him. He can lose command, and last 2 hitters, both of them going to 3-2 counts and walking them. Talking about frustration, that's part of it, especially when you have inexperienced guys at this level. Now all of a sudden he finds himself in trouble, and he hasn't given up a hit.
What must be burning and churning in Lloyd McClendon's stomach watching this?
I'm assuming we're going to see somebody get up in the bullpen here shortly.
Brent Laurie. Center field, slicing away from Brad Miller. Long run. He's at the track and makes the catch. Biggest sigh of relief in the building from Michael Guipe. Nothing across in the 6th. 4-3 Athletics. One and a new pitcher on for the Athletics, Arnold Leone, in this 4-3 Oakland lead.
So a short outing for Nolan. 5 innings. He gave up 3 runs, all of them earned. Leone on the year, 18 appearances, ERA just over 4, 19 strikeouts, 9 walks, and 26 2/3. Opponents hitting .284. He's given up 3 home runs.
Mark Trumbo, Jesus Montero, and Brad Miller, 6, 7, and 8 here in the 6th inning. Mariners down a run. Bobby Cano closed the gap with a 3-run homer, bottom of the 3rd, after the A's had a 4-0 lead after 2.5 innings. Trumbo tonight fly to left and fly to center. Trumbo 1 for 1 against Leone. It's strike 1.
Logan Kensing getting loose in the pen for the Mariners.
Strike 2, Leone. 6'1", 206. Culiacan, Mexico. Turned 27 years old early in September. Trumbo reaches out, touches up a base hit.
Good hitting in an 0-2 count. Pretty good pitch from Leone. It was a slider. It was just off the outside corner. Mark stays with it, head right on it. Doesn't try to do too much and serves it into right field for a base hit. Going to have a pinch hitter. Looks like Seth Smith is going to hit for Montero. And Bob Melvin's going to make a pitching change.
So here comes Bob. Leon faces one batter. A's have a 1-run lead. Bring you up to speed right after this. By Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Jack in the Box. If the Mariners win, mention Mariners for a free Jumbo Jack with purchase tomorrow at Jack in the Box. Beautiful night here in Seattle. A 4-3 Oakland lead. Time now for Alexa's pitching matchup. Here's what the starters did. They're both departed.
Elias just didn't have it tonight. 2+ innings, 4 runs. There were earned. Tony Zitt came in a bases loaded situation with nobody out in the 3rd inning. Coulombe taking over. 8 appearances for him, a 2.70 ERA. Opponents hitting .240. He's yet to give up a home run. We had Seth Smith out, but now it's going to be Sean O'Malley. He's going to pinch hit.
O'Malley had a lot of his family and friends watching batting practice. They're taking pictures and everything. Good for the local guy. Pinch hitting for Montero. Trumbo at first base. Shows bunt. It's ball 1. Time called. There's 1-0 pitch. Just got out of the way. Trying to move that runner up. Three and 0.
Brad Miller waiting on deck.
Rio counted here to O'Malley. And he'll take his base for a pitch walk. tying run aboard, go ahead and runs aboard as well. Tune in to Root Sports next Saturday. We're going to bring you another Big Sky Conference matchup presented by your local Ford store. You can watch the Sacramento State Hornets take on the Montana State Bobcats. Action next Saturday, 4 p.m. Pacific. Root Sports, the home of Big Sky football.
Brad Miller going to step in. Valencia, the third baseman, expecting the bunt. He is in on the grass.
Mariners trying to stage an uprising here. Brad squares. And it's ball one. Brad. Nobody out, 2 on. Way inside. Didn't throw a strike yet.
And I think that's one of the reasons why Lloyd McClendon took the bunt off right there. Brad was ready to hit. 6 pitches, all of them for balls, and Kurt Young going to make a trip out to the mound. Pretty good left-handed pitcher in his day.
Usually here in these conversations, you got a young guy coming in, probably too geek, maybe a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit, overwhelmed by the moment with the pitching coaches. What do you usually hear from them?
I think that he's probably going to give him something real quick mechanically and then try to calm him down, let him know, look, trying to give you an out, take it. Just get back into your mechanics and throw a strike and basically try to calm him down a little bit.
2-0 to Miller. There's a strike, first one of the ball game.
And with the strike, we'll see if Lloyd puts the bunt back on.
Two-one. Bradshaw's bunt. Gets the bunt down, foul. Having a very difficult time here. See if Brad Miller can do something. 2-2. Colomb out of St. Louis, Missouri, 25 years old. At 26 later on this month. At Texas Tech. Dodgers 25th round pick back in 2012. Ready, 2-2 pitch. That is a fair ball, throw across, and now late sign there by Paul Nowry. It's a foul ball.
Well off the plate away. We'll see. Valencia, because he's in, he's going to field it before it ever gets to the base. I think he had the call right.
Two and two to Brad. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Solid smash up the middle. Trumbo will get the stop sign. Burns hits the cutoff man. Mariners have him loaded up. Nobody out here in the 6th. Sets it up for Jesus Sucre. 2 hits now for Brad Miller this evening, 2 for 3.
And he gets a fastball, 91 miles an hour. Talking about Brad, he's been such a hot hitter. That base hit probably pushes his average around 260 now. Brad with 3 hits last night, 2 more hits tonight. Two great. 1 for 2. Got a base hit in the 3rd inning and scored on the home run by Cano.
Nobody out here. Slow roller. That's a foul ball.
And you can see him make the call right away. Clearly foul.
Center fielder Burns shading towards right center. He's not deep. Moving a right fielder. Nicely moving back towards the line. Chopper. Get a tied ball game out of this. As Trumbo scores. Return to double play. We got a new ball game at 4-4.
See if Marte can clutch up and get a base hit right here. 2-out hit to drive in O'Malley, who's at 3rd base now. Mariners 2 for 6 runners in scoring position.
Sucre put it in play. 4-4 ball game. Now for the lead with 2 outs. So far tonight, Marte's reached on an error by Valencia, the 3rd baseman, popped out the 2nd, and reached on an error by the shortstop Simeon.
Fernando Rodriguez getting loose in the A's pen. He's getting ready for Nelson Cruz. Kyle Seager on deck. Cruz after him.
Yeah.
Logan's had plenty of time to get loose.
Isn't that the truth? 1-1 pitch. Marte trying to give the Mariners the lead. Broken back looper. That's going to be enough. Mariners have the lead at 5-4. RBI for Marte is 17th. 5-4 Mariners lead for the first time tonight.
Marte has done a lot of things well this year, and going into that at bat, hitting .316, runners in scoring position. You take a look at our last airline Supermo. Yeah, jams him, but he stays inside of it and able to fight it back up the middle for a base hit.
What to like about what this young man has done since he became a regular in the lineup. Wow, 292 in September. Good on base percentage.
This continues to improve.
Couple of runs here in the 6th inning for the Mariners. Strike one to Seager. He's 0 for 3. Reached on an error by Mark Canha, the first baseman. Fly to center, popped out the 3rd. Bounce foul 0-2. Max staying alive. Attaboy.
Kyle with a couple of outs tried to hit that last pitch out of the ballpark. 91 right in the middle of the plate. 26 home runs, a career high for him this year. 13 of them off of left-handers.
0-2 pitch. Serves it in the left field, waiting for it, Smolinski. Good inning, though, for the Mariners. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and a man left. Mariners have the lead at 5-4. Seventh inning here at Safeco Field. Light traffic here in Seattle, downtown here in Soto, actually below downtown. For every strikeout recorded by a Mariners pitcher at Safeco Field this season, Holland America Line made a donation to the Seattle Children's Hospital Uncompensated Care Fund with a commitment of $25,000. The Mariners thank Holland America Line for their outstanding support. New pitcher for the Mariners this evening in this 5-4 lead in the 7th is Logan Kensing. Some other changes. Logan Morrison takes over at first base. In right field, Brad Miller moves over from center field. And taking over in center field is Sean O'Malley.
And on the mound, it will be Logan Kensing. Elias getting the start, then it was Zick. Whitebay just pitched the last inning, and for Logan Kensing, 17 appearances on the year, 6.92 ERA. Just 13 innings, 12 strikeouts, 7 walks, opponents hitting .240. Fastball being the low 90s with a slider. He's going to get the middle of the lineup. Valencia, Butler, and Smolinski due up.
Eddie Valencia, 3-run homer in the first, walked and scored in the third, and lined out to center in the 4th inning. One to Danny.
Carson Smith getting loose in the pen.
To Valencia.
There's Carson.
In that Houston, Arizona game, Astros lead 6-2, top 9 in Phoenix.
If Carson Smith can work his way into this game, it will be his 70th appearance of the year. As far as rookies go for the Mariners, that will be second best all time. Ed Vandenberg back in '82 had 78 appearances. He obviously will not get to that number.
Carson Smith last year, 9 games for the ball club, so that's a big jump. They're going to depend on him even more next year. Calling 2 strikes here. Valencia leading off top of the 7th. Oh, that hitting.
Hit him, or was it a foul ball?
Let's see what Dana DeMuth said. I think it hit him.
an hour. And he's calling it a foul ball, it looks like. Fastball up and in at 92 miles an hour.
Bat, yep. Good call. He flew out of there like it hit him. Kensing trying to get his first hitter. And then again. That Houston game, Colby Rasmussen's hit 2 home runs and Altuve hit 1. 6-2 lead. Cano for the catch. Broken bat into the third base side of the mound. There's 1 away. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. 1 out. Brings up Billy Butler. A walk, a base hit to right, and a strikeout. 1 for 2.
Sean O'Malley, the center fielder, shading towards right center field. Now they're playing deep in there.
Billy 0 for 1 against Kensing. Makes it a strike, 1-1. Mariners trying to get their 6th win here at home against the Athletics this year. 5-2 coming into today's game on the season series. 12-5. Easy play for Seager. 2 away. He's going to bring up, looks like Josh Reddick. So a pinch hit for Jake Smolinski. Reddick, their home run leader. 274 hitter, 20 homers and 77 runs batted in.
It's been a nice bounce back year for Reddick. Struggled last year. Played 147 games this year, so been able to stay healthy. Willie McClendon out of the dugout, and he's going to get Carson Smith.
So Logan Kensing gets a soft liner and a ground out. Carson Smith will take over now. And we'll be right back with the Mariners leading 5-4. test, game 2 of a 3-game set. Tomorrow's starters will be with you at 11:30. It'll be Chris Bassett going against Vidal Nuno. That'll be game number 162, and it'll put a wrap on the 2015 season. New pitcher for the Mariners. They work that bullpen tonight. Carson Smith takes over.
This will be his 70th appearance on the year. A 2.36 ERA, 91 strikeouts in 68 2/3. 21 walks. Opponents hitting just 197 off of Carson. Good fastball, low to mid 90s, and a great slider. He will use a changeup from time to time to the left-handed hitters.
You can see why Lloyd went with Carson Smith. Lefties hitting 231 against him. No home runs, 30 strikeouts. Reddick pinch hitting for Smolenski.
It was called timeout. Baseball ended up out onto the field, left center field.
Here we go. First pitch to Reddick. Strike one.
Yeah, and that looked like the changeup.
Reddick 2 for 5 against Carson. One. One strike to Josh Reddick. Stephen Vogt's on deck. 2 away here in the 7th. 5.6 home ERA. 2-1. Cano with the backhand, throws across the body. Just got him. Nice play. Well, we'll see Robbie Cano coming up to lead things off. He had a big 3-run homer. Got the Mariners back in the game in the 3rd. Be up second to Nelson Cruz when we return for the home 7th. Lottery win would change your bucket list. Played today. Beautiful night here in Seattle as we get into the first week in October. Mariners have rallied for a 5-4 lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Craig Gentry moves from right field to left field for the Athletics. And the new pitcher is Fernando Rodriguez.
Hard throwing right-hander, 54 appearances, 3.97 ERA. Opponent sitting 206. Middle of the lineup. Cruz, Cano, Gutierrez due up.
The outfield has been joined by Josh Reddick. Gentry moving from right to left. Smolinski out of the game. That's a Reddick pinch hit for. So Josh takes over in right field. So Gentry, Burns, and Reddick, the A's outfield. Nelson Cruz going to lead it off. Got a base hit and a run scored, sandwiched in between a couple strikeouts. Swinging and looking. Check one to Nelly. Cruz 0 for 5 against Rodriguez. Hit by Nelly in the third. Latest hitting run to 3 consecutive games. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Popped it up out of play. Bottom 9. Houston trying to close out Arizona. 6-2 lead for the Astros. Here's a 1-2 to Cruz. Struck him out. Well, he's keyed 3 times here this evening. 1 away in the 7th. Mariners thank Seattle Children's for their season-long support to create family-friendly destinations inside the ballpark. Whether the Seattle Children's Playfield or the Moose Den, our youngest fans enjoyed a great experience here at Safeco Field.
Robinson Cano, he's reached base all 3 times tonight.
Way out front. Strike 1.
Base hit in the first. 21st home run, a 3-run home run in the third, and then walked in the 5th. Has his average up to 288 now.
Time call. Big 3-run homer. Got the Mariners in the game. They were down 4-0. Take there, 1-1. Astros come up with a victory. Rangers' magic number stays at 1. Foul off.
Good fastball, 95 miles an hour in on his hands.
Hitting 303 here in September, October. One, 2. No 1 for 3 against Fernando Rodriguez. Holding on his vote. Strikeout victim. 2 up, 2 K'd by Rodriguez. See what Goody can do. He's got a base hit tonight, 1 for 3. Ball 1 to Goody. 24,448 here tonight. Tomorrow, season ender, Kids Appreciation Day here at Safeco Field.
I'd like to see Gutierrez pick up a hit right here. Stepping in right now, hitting .299. He's been over .300 most of the time that he's been up here. Probably will not get the start tomorrow with the right-hander Bassett on the mound.
Strike two. Two out, nobody on, 1-2 to Goody. Tomorrow is going to be all kinds of fun.
A lot of kids at the ball.
Yep. Season finale. Rangers have a magic number of 1. Yankees are in jeopardy. Have a magic number of 1 to clinch it. Home field for the wild card. The Astros have a wild card, magic number 1 to clinch a postseason berth. Goody strikes out. Nice inning there for Rodriguez as he strikes out the side. 5-4 Mariners.
Game presented by Delta Airlines. We will head inside the clubhouse for reaction. It wasn't exactly the start that Roenis Elias imagined, or probably his skipper, but we will try to track down both of them. Pretty good game for that guy right there. Robinson Cano, his 3-run home run, put the Mariners back into this game. And we'll go around the league and paint the best playoff pitcher that we possibly can. James Jones, you want speed, right, guys, in the outfield once you have the lead?
Absolutely, and that's the story here with Jonesy out in the outfield now and right field. Stephen Vogt leading off against Carson Smith. 2-0. So the outfield now for the Mariners, Miller in left, O'Malley in center, Jones in right. Sean and Jones. Stephen Vogt tonight. 0 for 3. An RBI, the fielder strikes back in the third. to be followed by Marcus Semien and Craig Gentry. Carson Smith. Here in the 8th, tying runs aboard as we look at Carson Smith, what he's done this year.
Really tough on the right-handers this year. Right-handers hitting just 170 against them. 60 of the 90 strikeouts against righties. Large part because of that slider.
Semien 0 for 4 against Carson. Slow runner at first. There's a strike.
Coco Crisp on deck. He will hit for Gentry.
Five runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Mariners. 4-8-3 for Oakland. Mariners have left 6 men on. Oakland has stranded 8. Two and 1. Washington going through the signs.
I can tell you when you're playing the corners, whether you're at first or third, you'd like to see those strikes, because in 2 and 1, you never know, Mendry could take it off.
Sure.
And these guys are crashing hard because they want to get the lead runner vote. Now they can't be as aggressive, and that's the reason why I took it off.
Carson 3 and 1.
Tom Wilhelmsen has joined Joe Beimel out in the pen.
Coco Crisp, he's on deck. 3-1 pitch. Bouncing ball to Marte. There's one. Safe at first. Estabrook umpired first.
You know, Semien runs well, and you can see how far Marte had to go. Had to close it first, but he's clearly safe.
Coco Crisp, pitch hit for Craig Gentry.
And Lloyd McClendon out of the dugout. See what he wants to do right here, if he's going to have a conversation with Carson or go to the pen. Beimel ready. Tom just started getting loose.
Informational.
Yes.
White said his piece. 1 out, runner at first, 1 run lead for the Mariners. And Coco Crisp will be the hitter. He's 0 for 2 against Carson Smith.
Done well pinch hitting over 400.
First pitch to Coco. Ball 1. Semien's got good speed. Up and stolen bases on this season. It's a rarity that we see Coco now. Every time play the Athletics, he's hurt. Some kind of ailment.
Yeah, he's been hurt a lot.
Neck, wrist.
Only 122 at bats for him on the year.
1-2. Rock and roll here at Safeco Field, a crowd of 24,000 plus. Two. Final on the left, will Helpson on the right.
Saw Lloyd McClendon go out to the mound. He was talking to the infielders too, and I think just make sure you get an out. Coco's tough to double up. He still runs well.
Important pitch here at 2-2 to Coco Crisp. Simeon, fast runner at first. Pitch. Count has run forward. On deck hitter is Billy Burns, their leadoff man. Let's get back to the top of the order.
Simeon, good speed at first. I guess that Bob Melvin will go ahead and send him here. Coco typically will put the ball in play. Only 23 strikeouts and 122 at bats.
3-2 pitch from Carson. Runner goes. Pitch swung on a miss. Thrown by Sucre down to second. And got him! Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play into the top of the 8th inning. Suki with another laser-like throw down to second. And that throw is waiting for Marcus Simeon. Well done. Runner and a strike him out, throw him out, double play. Coco Crisp swinging through. And did his hand hit the bat? It looks like
I don't think that it did, but it's fortunate. If you take a look at it.
It was close.
It did.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, a lot on that throw. Thrown out 10 base runners this season. Good work.
Fernando Abad is going to take over. Hard throwing left-hander. Logan Morrison getting his first at bat of the night. Came into the game for defense. Abad. 61 appearances, a 4.24 ERA. 45 strikeouts, 19 walks, Punk's hitting .250. He's given up 11 home runs this year.
Breaking ball, Colombo sends it to right field, base hit. Logan Morrison with a base hit to get the Mariners going here in the 8th. We've got another high school football game next Friday. Brought to you by Acura of Bellevue. Tune in to see the Wilson Rams battle the Capital Cougars live at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Don't miss your favorite local teams in action this season here on Root Sports. Coco Chris stays in the game in left field.
Let's see if O'Malley can get a bunt down. Pick up an insurance run.
Off the plate foul. On the count. Could be a really big run out there. Lomo at first base. There he goes, so ball 2. Donnelly relaying the signs from Lloyd McClendon.
We were just talking about last half 2-1 count. Let's see him. He's actually moved back a step. And that's why Abad threw over. He knows that Logan isn't going to go anywhere. He just wanted to see if O'Malley was going to show bunt, and he did not.
Two-one pitch here. Bunt and a good one. Canna takes it. Logan Morrison down to second. Good job by Sean O'Malley.
And now we'll bring up the hot-hitting Brad Miller. Brad with 3 hits last night already, 2 for 3 tonight. Drive in a run, pick up a little bit of insurance for the Mariners.
It's a good thing. Could use it right here.
Tom Wilhelmsen ready to go in the pen.
2 for 3 night for Brad. Miller 1 for 4 against Fernando Abad. Here's the 0-1. Looked inside and missed. Simeon. Catch Lomo. Gets back safely. With 2 outs now. See if Sucre can add to his day. strike one. And Otero, we saw him warming up. Sucre seeing a bite for the first time.
Mariners so far 3 for 8 runners in scoring position. They've had a good night.
Logan Morrison, he's at second, trying to get him home. Ball right center field. Burns has it under control. That'll do it for the Mariners in the 8th to the 9th. Chance to put a wrap on it. Closing time with the bartender coming up. Will face the top of the order. Burns, Canna, and Laurie. Go to the top of the 9th. And in to put a wrap on it is Tom Wilhelmsen.
12 saves and 13 opportunities for Tom, a 3.15 ERA, and 60 innings for Tom. He has 57 strikeouts. Hanson's taking over the closer's role. See what he's done. 12 games, 10 out of 11 saves, ERA 0.59, opponents hitting just 200. He's got 14 strikeouts to 5 walks. He's had a good fastball this year. His fastball has been 95 to 98 miles an hour. Of course, 12-6 curveball and mix in a cutter. Change up to the lefties. And he will have to deal with the top of the lineup for the A's. It'll be Burns, Canna, and Laurie duo.
They want to keep Burns off the base path. 26 stolen bases. He's 1 for 1 against Tom. Burns 0 for 3 with a walk. First pitch to Burns. He took it for a strike. Burns 3rd in the league in stolen bases behind Altuve and Kane. 0-1. Did not go. This is Paul Nart down to 3rd. 1-1. High from Tom. Outfield of Miller, O'Malley, and Jones. Infield Seager, Marte, Cano, and Morrison with Sucre behind the plate. Two-one. Tom at 3-1 hole. Got to get out of it. Not going to put this guy on. Cannon and Laurie to come. And Valencia in the 4-hole.
All fastballs, just one strike.
Oh boy. Walks the leadoff man. Plus speed. Tying run aboard.
Kyle Seager will have to play in at third just in case Cannon is going to bunt. He's actually going to move back now.
Cannon single and a triple. Ground out. 2 for 3 with a walk. Strike 1 on the mark.
All the outfielders playing deep just in front of the warning track.
Channel 1 for 3 against Tom.
Trying to take the double away.
Mariner lead. 0-1 pitch from Big Tom. Out off. Washington go through the signs. Mariners trying to pick up win number 36 here at home against 44 losses. Finished the road portion of the season 40 and 41.
Pretty good 0-2 pitch from Tom. After a couple of breaking balls, 96 off the outside corner.
Checks the runner at first. Billy Burns, fast runner. 0-2 pitch here to Canna. And hitting. And now, and Demuth checking. Mike Escobar. Mike said, yeah, it did hit him. Mr. Wilhelmsen has himself in a pickle here in the 9th inning.
Well, let's take a look at it and see if we can see anything here. Yep, right off his thumb.
Oh, come on! Get back in the dugout!
Inauspicious start. Walk, hit, batter. 1-run lead, top 9. Now Wilhelmsen's got to deal with Brett Laurie. With 2 hits tonight, 2 for 4.
Oakland so far 1 for 8 runners in scoring position.
Burns has got excellent speed. He's at second base. Brett Laurie against Tom Wilhelmsen, 1 for 7. Nobody out. Tying run and go-ahead runs are aboard.
Seager even with the bag at third. So is Logan Morrison at first.
First pitch to Laurie. For a strike at 85 miles an hour. First inning Single and run scored for Brett. Fly to center. Infield hit. Center went to the track at center field in the 6th. Oh, 1. Big hack. Comes up empty. 0-2.
Good fastball, top of the strike zone at 96 miles an hour. And this is after the breaking ball, so a late swing from Laurie.
Big time ready. He's ahead 0-2. Gets by Sucre. Runners move up. A wild pitch.
And it looked like Tom spiked a curveball. He has that hard 12-6 curveball, and he just hangs on to it. And the corners will stay in, middle of the infield playing back.
1-2 to Laurie. Nobody out. Runners at second and third. There's 1-run Mariner lead. We're going to have a tie ball game. But Laurie gets the job done with a sac fly. Still tied at 5. RBI for Brett, his 60th.
Danny Valencia with the 3-run homer in the first. If we take a look at this last pitch, able to stay with it, actually down out of the strike zone. Tom trying to get him to hit it on the ground.
Now you got Valencia. 3-run homer in the first, walk run scored in the third, lined out to center. In the 4th inning, a broken bat looper to Cano. That was in the 7th inning. Valencia 1 for 3 against Tom. What a 1. Breaking ball over. Canada, the runner at second.
Looks as if Tom really struggling with his fastball command. 16 pitches, 8 strikes. Mariners defensively playing straight up, except for O'Malley in center. He's shading towards left center.
Two-one pitch. Charging is Marte. Did he get him? He does. Over to third goes Canna. 2 away.
Bob Melvin's going to hold him up to see if he actually wasn't time at first base. We'll take a look at it with Marte. He gets rid of it quickly. An accurate throw, but Valencia hustling down the line, trying to get the infield hit, and he's out. It's good play. Oakland 1 for 9 runners in scoring position.
2 outs, runner at third. The hitter's Billy Butler. He's 3 for 8 against Wilhelmsen. Ball 1 to Billy. Billy 1 for 3. Third inning single to right. It's also walk, struck out, and grounded out to Seager. Long foul ball, 1-1.
Edward Mahika getting loose.
He'll face the top of the order for the Mariners in the home ninth. Marte, Seager, and Cruz. Here's the 1-1. 1-2. Heater well placed at 95. Count evens at 2-2. Walker hit batter. Wild pitch, sac fly. Ground out. Now 2-2 here to Butler with the runner at third. And that's all kinds of trouble if it stays fair.
That was close.
Man. Happy for the fan he got a ball out there. Thankfully it went foul. So he comes back with here 2-2. Pitch to Butler. Popped up. Long run for Loma. Oh, it's in the dugout.
Pretty good pitch from Tom after Billy turned around 95 miles an hour. Comes back with his curveball. More importantly, was in a good spot right on the outside corner at the knees. Reddick is on deck.
Critical out here. 2 outs and a 2-2 count. Runner at third. The go-ahead run. Pitch to Butler. Fouled off again. Fifth hitter faced by Wilhelmsen here in the 9th inning.
And Tom's had to throw 24 pitches so far in the inning. 7 of them to Butler.
Pitch number 8 coming to Billy. 2-2. Do it again. Mark Cannon. Important guy for Oakland. He's at third base with 2 outs. 2-2 to Butler. Fly ball right field. Jones on the track now coming in and makes the catch. Ace tied on a sac fly by Brett Lawrie. Top of the order coming up for the Mariners in a home 9th in a 5-5 game. As Tom Wilhelmsen in the top half couldn't preserve the victory. We look at tomorrow's starters. Chris Bassett goes against Vidal Nuno in game number 162. Edward Mujica will be making his 49th appearance. High ERA, giving up 10 home runs. He faces the Mariners' top of the order of Marte, Seager, and Cruz. Hopefully that means a run, as that guy with all kinds of Mariner gear showing his team support. Here's Marte to lead it off. Ball one. First time Marte is facing Mujica. 1-1 to count. RBI single back in the 6th. And Marte takes the bunt with him. He might win this race. He does. Base hit.
Perfectly executed bunt by Marte. When you take it to the right side, you want to make sure you get it past the pitcher. That's why he almost kind of slaps at it. Canada, the first baseman, far enough away from the bag, and no chance for the second baseman, Laurie, to beat him to the base. So, well executed bunt by Marte. Good start for the Mariners.
Hopefully during the offseason he'll be perfecting that even more. Now Seager with the winning run at first. Seager seeing Mujica for the first time. Strike one to Kyle. 4 for 4. Reached on an error by Canna, the first baseman. Fly to center, pop to third, fly to left. Keeping Marte close. It was barely off the bag. Spot here for Kyle Seager and the Mariners. Chance to win it here in the 9th. Stopped by Vogt. 1-1. Five ball game. Hayes jumped in front. 3-run homer in the first. Made it 4-0 after 2.5. Cano hit a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 3rd. Mariners took the lead in the 6th. 1-1 pitch. 1-2.
Right, a pretty good changeup, bottom of the strike zone. Burns, the center fielder, shading towards right center. Crisp in the left, straight up. So big gap in left center field.
Back safely. Hicker ready. Here's the 1-2. Seager struck him out. On away here in the top of the 9th. I'll bring up Nelson Cruz. Cruz 1 for 9 against Mujica.
And he stayed with the off-speed pitch. There it is again. 86 miles an hour. Good time for Nelson Cruz to tie Chris Davis for the home run lead. Davis with 45. Nelson, you can see 44 home runs on the year.
Strikeout, base hit, run scored. Strikeout looking, strikeout swinging for Nelly today. This will be a double play. We got extra innings coming. 10th inning, straight ahead. 5-5 ball game. Beef jerky, feed your wild side. Familiar territory for the Mariners. Extra innings. They're 10-12 as we get a good look from Kerry Park, looking at the beautiful Seattle skyline. A's are 6-10 in extra frames. Here's a look at the Delta Airlines keep climbing standings in the West. Rangers by a game over the Astros. Angels by 2. And when you look at the wild card, Angels hanging right there. Game back. Astros did win. The Yankees lead now is 1 game.
Joe Beimel going to take over. 52 appearances for Joe. 2-1 record. 4.17 ERA. 22 strikeouts, 16 walks. Opponent's hitting .283. A couple of left-handers due up. Reddick and Vogt.
Here we go. Top of the 10th. Pat Venditti, the switch pitcher. It's fun watching him work last time the A's were in town.
I still think it's amazing.
Oh, there's no question about that. First pitch. Reddick fouls it straight back. Joe Beimel takes over here in the 10th.
6th reliever for the Mariners.
Drop in front of the left fielder Miller for a leadoff single. Josh Reddick. Bring up Stephen Vogt.
Maybe stay back long enough on a breaking ball. Slaps it in the left. And he's had a good year for the A's.
Reddick now 2 for 5 against Beimel. Here comes Vogt. He's 0 for 4. This evening, he's got a fielder's choice RBI back in the 3rd, strikeout, a walk. 0 for 3 this evening. Strike 1. The A's catcher. Was it in Oakland this year where he picked off Reddick? Didn't he get Reddick? I think was one of the guys he got.
I don't remember remember. I don't know. I know he had about a 1.5-foot lead right there and still had to lunge back to the bag.
And you know what I'm thinking of? I think it was Mitch Moreland with the Rangers he got.
You're right.
Moreland he got. And that lead he had, he was barely off the bag. Incomparable move to first by Joe Biden. 0-2 to vote. See if he can put him away. 0-2. Pat now warming up his left arm. The switch pitcher. A man from Omaha, Nebraska. Ball 2 strikes. Stephen Vogt. Runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Mariners. 5-9-3 for Oakland. 1-2 pitch.
You see Joe trying to keep the ball away from him. A lot off that last breaking ball down and away. Wants him to hit it on the ground. Not an overpowering pitcher. His fastball 88 to 90 miles. And he will change speeds on that.
Outfield deep for Vogt. He's got 18 homers. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Way outside, 2-2. Comes a 2-2 pitch. They're trying to keep Reddick as close as possible. He's a pretty good runner. Don't want him to get much jump at all here. Reddick's got about a 3-step lead at first. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball hammered. Foul.
Pretty good backhanded play by a fan down there.
2-2. Both putting up a pretty good fight here. The count to Stephen Vogt. Mariners in their 23rd extra inning game. They're 10-12. The A's are 6-10. Popped up, playable. Cano for the catch. We got Marcus Semien. Semien 1 for 1 against Joe Biden. Semien tonight is 0 for 4. field to double play depth. Simeon's a good runner, so is Reddick. No pitch. The other way.
Ramirez starting to get loose in the pen for the Mariners. Beimel, the 6th reliever for Seattle tonight.
Two and one. Sacrifice fly. Top of the ninth off the bat of Brett Laurie. Tied the score at 5-5. Base hit. Reddick with the play in front of him. He'll hold at second. Miller gets it back in. One out, 2 on. Brings up the veteran Coco Crisp.
Looks like a changeup out in front of it, right off the end of the bat. Coco came into the game as a pinch hitter. This will be his second at bat of the ball.
Chris 1 for 1 against Joe Beimel. Three speedy runners out there. The batter and the 2 men on base. There's what we were looking for. Double play. And the Mariners will go to the home 10th with Cano, Jones, and Morrison coming to bat. Mariners calendar brought to you by Sleep Country USA. Wrap it up tomorrow, and then your playoff Monday open date for any kind of playoff or tie-breaking game or makeup game in the event of weather, and then the AL wildcard game on Tuesday, National League on Wednesday, the division series in the AL Thursday, then Friday with the National League. Beck Venditti, the switch pitcher, is in for Oakland.
25 appearances, a 4.91 ERA. 20 strikeouts, 12 walks, and 25 2/3. You'd like to take advantage of that. Opponent's hitting just .229 against somebody who's given up 3 home runs.
Cano's 0 for 3 against him. Ravi's going to lead off. He got the Mariners back in the game in the third. 3-run homer. Made it a 4-3 ball game. Mariners added 2 in the sixth. 5-4 lead. And a sac fly by Laurie in the ninth tied it, sending us to extra innings. Sweeping breaking ball misses. Ravi 2 for 3 with a walk, extended his hitting streak to 15 games. Strike 1-1.
He typically will stay with a fastball and a slur, both left-handed and right-handed. Left-handed fastball about 85 miles an hour. Right-handed, it'll be 86, 87.
Tantalizing pitch for a hitter, right? It looked like it was hanging right there.
Well, 72 miles an hour. You're
Man.
right. Jones waiting on deck. Morrison due up after that.
1-2 to Ravi. And 2 to Cano, leading off the 10th. Ball 2, 2-2. Burns to his right, now coming in, 1 out. First at bat for James Jones. James playing just his 27th game. 3 for 27. His exceptional speed, would love to get him on base. Strike 1.
As you would expect, Valencia in on the grass at third. Canada, the first baseman, playing right on the line.
He's a quick 0-2 hole. Wow. All 2 strikes. Morrison on deck. Two to Jonesy. The only game in action. Everything else has been final or postponed. In the major leagues. What a day it's been.
With that slow slurve, hasn't thrown him a fastball yet.
Get on it when he does. 1-2. James has the count even at 2-2. That's another chance. Fans hanging tough here tonight. Extra inning game that started back at 6:10, 24,448. 2-2 to Jones. Valencia taking a look. Can't get it.
Last couple of breaking balls, good ones to hit. He's leaving a middle in now. Early in the at-bat, he was getting him to the outside corner, and you can see the last pitch right there for him. So far, just one fastball, 8 pitches.
Jones had 2 home runs. AAA Tacoma, 286. Still looking for his first big league home run. Strike 3 call, 2 down.
On the fastball. Pretty good pitch. Take a look at our Alaska Airlines Supermo. It's fastball right on the corner. I think James maybe thought that pitch was down, but according to the tracer, right at the knees. And Dana Demuth.
2 outs, nobody on for Lomo. First pitch he saw, got a base hit to right. His first plate appearance back in the 8th inning. Popped it up. Valencia. And that takes us to inning number 11. In a 5-5 ball game. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Top of the 11th. Beautiful look at the Emerald City Seattle 5-5 ball game. In game number 161. Here's how we got to extra innings. Tom Wilhelmsen not sharp there. Walked first batter, hit the second batter. Wild pitch. First batter to third, and Billy Burns scored on the sac fly off the batter Brett Laurie. Tied to score at 5-5, top of the 9th. Another inning for Joe Beimel. Pitch to Burns. Rips it down the line. Foul ball.
J.C. Ramirez continues to throw in the pen for the Mariners. And Joe, the 6th reliever, used tonight.
Ready with the 0-1 to Burns. straight back. Philadelphia Phillies have had a miserable year. They lose 5-2 to Miami, and that gives them the worst record in baseball, clinching the #1 draft pick next June. 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Billy Burns, leading off the 11th inning. Is going to pitch 2 innings tomorrow and then retire and won't be on the postseason roster for the Blue Jays. I want to see the rest of that stuff.
Well, 2 innings will give him 200 innings on the year for 15 straight years.
It's a good number.
Yeah.
He wasn't expected to be on the roster, I'm told. 2-2. Jones is there. One out in the East. Tap the 11th. They'll bring up Mark Cannon. Williamson hit him with a pitch in the 9th inning.
And that was the unfortunate part, is the A's were able to pick up that run without getting a hit in the inning.
Crazy. 1 run of no hits. No errors and a man left. That was in the 9th. Strike 1 to Mark. Oh, 2. Lead for the Athletics, 3-0, and a Valencia home run in the 3rd. Added a run, 3-run homer in the 1st. They added a run in the 3rd to make it 4-0 for the Cano 3-run homer. Way upstairs. Mariners get 2 runs, 1 driven in by Marte in the 6th. Take a 5-4 lead until the 9th inning. There's J.C. Ramirez. Is ready to go. Two and 2. Runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Mariners. 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors for Oakland. 2-2 from Beimel.
Everything away. All the pitches off the plate. He hasn't thrown him a strike yet. Cannon continues to try to reach for that outside pitch. You see the last one well off the plate away.
Balls, 2 strikes. Almost got a beat on it. Foul territory. No problem. We'll bring up Brett Laurie. Sacrifice fly in the 9th. Brought in the tying run. Cano's right there. Throws out a hustling Laurie by a skosh. Bottom third of the order coming up for the Mariners in this 5-5 game in the 11th. Here at Safeco Field, the race for the best record in the American League. Toronto a game behind Kansas City. Winner's going to get home field advantage for all series, as you know. Winner's going to host a wild card winner. Loser gets the AL West champion. If tied, Toronto wins. Based on a 4-3 season record, if tied, Toronto wins. Time of the night, start dipping into the protein bars.
O'Malley, Miller, and Sucre due up. They're in the bottom of the 11th. And Diddy's going to stay in the game. This is what's interesting to me is you have O'Malley, who's a switch hitter, and the switch pitcher out there. And Diddy, he has to declare which arm he wants to throw with his right or left. And apparently he wants to go at him right-handed.
O'Malley, a walk and a sacrifice, and a run scored tonight. Two and one to Sean. Hitting 3-1.
See that slider continue to chase him. I'm not sure how it missed him as Brad Miller waits on deck. Brad, a couple of hits tonight.
Three and two. Strikes out, one away, and Diddy's second strikeout. See what Brad Miller can do. 2 hits tonight, 2 for 4. 3 for 3 in last night's ball game, including a home run. Staying in the ballpark. Billy Burns gets under. Jesus Sucre 1 for 4 tonight. single to right in the third inning and scored on the Cano 3-run homer. Ball one. Chase that curveball. Hit him again with it. Wanted to. They're going to hang up enough? Yep, it does. Run down by Coco Crisp. We continue on to the 12th. Cardinals home field for the entire NL series. They'll play the wild card winner. Pirates lead the Cubs by 1 game. Pirates need to win to get that #1 wild card position to host the wild card. Dodgers behind Greinke. They won tonight. They've got the edge on the Mets for home field advantage in their series. Ninth inning proved pivotal. Brett Lawrie sacrificed fly after a walk. A hit batsman put a couple men aboard. There was a wild pitch, sac fly, and that's where we are. J.C. Ramirez takes over.
7 appearances, ERA over 7 and 6 1/3. 3 strikeouts, 6 walks. Want to stay away from the walks. Opponent's hitting .269. He's giving up 1 home run. Good fastball in the mid-90s. Also throw a slider with that. And he's going to get the middle of the lineup. Valencia, Butler, and Reddick due up.
Valencia 3-run homer back in the first inning. Walked and scored in the third. Sends in a line out to center. Broken bat pop to Cano at second base. Ground out to short. At 95. There's no doubt the young man's got some great power in his arm. It's all about command. J.C. Ramirez. And 2. else is available in the bullpen. We're starting to get short.
Jose Ramirez, Danny Farquhar's out there, Rasmussen, Rollins, a couple of lefties. Nobody throwing in the A's pen, so it looks like Venditti is going to go again. A lot of breaking balls tonight. Slow slurves.
Struck him out, just blew it by him at 98.
Fastball elevated a little bit right on the inside corner.
Bring up Billy Butler. 1 for 4. Walk, strikeout. Center field. Coming back in. What a win. Really blew that one back, huh?
Knocked
O'Malley.
it down.
The catch. Well played by Sean O'Malley out in center field.
Saw the same thing happen to Jones in right.
Right. Had it.
Had to make an adjustment, come running back in.
That's disconcerting. Boy, I got it. No, I don't. Josh Reddick. Brad Miller waiting for it. Nice inning by J.C. Ramirez. See if the Mariners can win it here. They'll have the top of the order here in the home 12. Marte, Seager, and Cruz. A good time here at the ballpark. Let's take a look at some tie-breaking possibilities. Who would host? If the Rangers and Astros tied in the West, Texas host the tiebreakers. If the Astros and Angels tied for second wild card, Houston hosts the Angels in a tiebreaker. And if the Astros and Yankees tied for the wild card, Houston would host the Yankees.
All sorts of possibilities going on tomorrow.
And don't forget 12:10 start time. All the games will be starting at that time tomorrow, so hopefully we'll have a whole bunch of fantastic finishes for you on Sunday afternoon. Top of the order for the Mariners here in the 12th. Marte, Seager, and Cruz against Pat Venditti. Pat working his third inning. He's retired all 6 men that he's faced.
It's surprising to see Marte has been on base 4 times tonight and has not scored a run.
Well, these guys have had 2 innings to look at Venditti, so they know what he can and what he can't do. See if that materializes into a win here in inning number 12. Marte, batting left-handed in the ninth inning, took a bunt with him on the first base line and beat it out. Here's Coco Crisp making a catch. One out. Double hinge glove there. Pat Venditti. Outfield shifts over towards the right side. Reddick deep and right. Center fielder Burns moved over to right center. Breaking ball to Seager for ball one. 0 for 5 night for Cobb.
Let's see if Kyle can get that breaking ball in the middle of the plate. He's been throwing a lot of them.
He's thinking right along with you. John Hicks is on deck. Cruz. Chilly night. That quad probably tightened up. And he's having a bad night at 3 strikeouts.
We talked about it over the last week, especially with Nelson. Tough to hit. You don't have a good base underneath you, and that quad, we can tell by the way he's been running. Seems to be getting worse.
Ball 2 strikes to Seager. Ooh. Heck of a pitch by Venditti. It's 3rd strikeout, 2 down.
All breaking balls. 4 pitches, all of them breaking balls. Felix Dubron, one of the starters for the A's. He's the left-hander out in the bullpen.
He switches to his right arm. Battle against John Hicks, pinch hitting for Cruz. Strike 1. Popped it up. Vogt with the play. Inning over. To the 13th we go. Safeco Field. 5-5 ball game. completed a sweep against the New York Mets, and he did it with a 17 strikeout no-hitter. And here's how it ended. Popped up Curtis Granderson. Catch made, and I like what he does with the catcher. He had this one ready to go. 1, 2. Yeah. Oh, they cut away from it, but that was really good stuff. I'd seen it earlier.
I didn't see any of that game today, obviously, but I saw him in his last outing, and he's just been electric.
17 Ks tonight. That's a base hit off the bat of Stephen Vogt.
It's fastball 95 right in the middle of the plate. Thought maybe we'd see a pinch runner for him, but Bob Melvin's going to leave him out there. I would think Simeon is going to try to bunt right now. Coco Crisp on deck.
Simeon has one sacrifice in the season. All one. If they keep a bunt on, that's an Oakland fans here cheering. Crowd announced at 24,448. Half of that's still here. There's a 1-1. Seager coming in at third. Oh, up and in.
That'll keep you loose.
Like he's trying to call time.
93 miles an hour. Two and one. Base hit, now a 3-1 count. Coco Crisp is next. Drive, left field, way back, and gone. Marcus Simeon, 2-run homer, 7.5 athletics. We told you about the numbers. Simeon, this young man has really done some damage to the Mariners this season. Boy, couldn't get the bunt down, so he goes boom with a home run. And that's the problem. They're trying to give you an out, and because you're not able to throw a strike, you get into a hitter's count. Bob Melvin takes the bunt off, and he catches up to a pretty good fastball.
5th home run, 13 RBIs. Marcus Simeon this year against the Mariners. Brother.
And still nobody out.
Strike one to Coco Crisp. Check his swing. One time, the Red Sox, Felix DuBron warming up. What a 2 to Coco Crisp. You talked about that earlier in the game about trying to give you an out. You got to take it, don't you?
You have to take the out. Yeah.
Marte or Seager. Marte calls off Kyle.
We talked about that a lot this month. And
yeah.
The guys out in the pen, they're young, and sometimes you learn the hard way. You know,
And the other thing too, you hope he knew the fact that Simeon might be shaky in the field, but he can swing it and has done it really well against the Mariners.
And he can hit a good fastball, which is what he did. But I think the thing about it is Ramirez isn't trying to not throw a strike. He's trying to throw too good a strike. And when a guy is going to give you now, just throw it down the middle and let him put the bunt down. If anything, I could see elevating the fastball to try to get him to pop it up, but you have to get it over the plate. You learn from it.
Sure do.
Billy, you left the stove on.
0-2 to Burns.
You better go home, break that stove.
2 runs here in the top of the 13th. Ramirez ready, 1-2 pitch. 2-2. Two and two. Another base hit. There's 3 hits this inning against J.C. Ramirez, who went 1, 2, 3 in the 12th.
And another fastball. It's middle in. It's basically all he's thrown in the inning is his fastball. He's been 94 to 96 miles an hour with it.
See if Burns runs. Marcana, the hitter.
There's a slider.
In the bottom half of the inning of Cano, Jones, and Morrison. One on, 2 runs in on the homer by Simeon, his 15th of the year. RBI's 44 and 45. Two and 1.
Home plate umpire Danny Demuth has had to call a lot of pitches tonight.
This game started at 6:10. It's now 10:25 Pacific. Three and 1. Full count. Three and 2, 1 out. Runner at first, Billy Burns.
Probably take off with the pitch.
And he does it. Wow. Man, ball 4.
How's your sister doing?
Well, J.C. Ramirez now has thrown 28 pitches total, 17 strikes. Rick waits and try to help him get back in the strike zone. David Rollins getting loose in the pen.
Jesus Sucre, who's been at it for a long time. He and Vogt starting catchers.
We'll give him tomorrow off. How about
my
that?
Goodness, yes. See you right before first pitch. There's Brett Laurie. 7-5 A's in inning number 13. Drives this one. Left field, but Brad Miller's there. Makes the catch. Runners hold. 2 outs in the 13th. And brings up Danny Valencia. Valencia got the scoring started. 3-run homer in the first inning. Watkins scored in the third. Strike one. And 1. Wait late. Ramirez had 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Ball and 2 strikes. Valencia putting up a fight here. 1-2. 2 out, 2 on.
Keeps challenging with his fastball. Might be a good time to try that slider again. See if he can get him to chase it. A couple of fastballs have been up and in, including that last one. Trying to speed him up.
One-two pitch. Shoots it. Two to Valencia. Full count. Billy Butler's on deck. Big pitch. 3-2. Runners go. Bounce foul.
Came back with a slider. Able to throw it for a strike.
3-2. It's the 7th man that Bears has faced here in the 13th inning. He's giving up a 2-run bomb to Marcus Semien for the 7-5 Oakland lead. 3-2 to Valencia. Got him. Damage done though. Oakland takes a 2-run lead to the bottom of the 13th here at Safeco Field. Bottom of the 13th inning. And here's Semien, and he knew he got it. Brad Miller makes a run at it, can't come up with it. Watch Ron Washington, a third base coach. Happy to see that.
He always has a good time, doesn't he?
Hard-working man. Every game you see him out here working somebody. One of the infielders out at some short drill.
Sam Bolt going to take over in left field. So Coco Crisp out of the game. Felix Dubron been a starter with the A's, but he's going to pitch out of the pen. 15 appearances, 3-3 record, a 5.57 ERA. Opponent's hitting .301. He's given up 10 home runs. He's going to get Cano, Jones, and Morrison due up.
Here we go. You know, with a 3-run homer in the 3rd, he had a base hit in the 1st inning. Since then, a walk, a strikeout, and a flyout. All one. Batting average up to 288. Home run earlier tonight is 21st. Ball 2 strikes. Ball to Laurie. One out.
to bring up James Jones. James 0 for 2 tonight. He came into the game for Franklin Gutierrez. Gutierrez ended up 1 for 3 this evening.
Jones took a called third strike in the 10th.
Valencia, the third baseman, playing in on the grass, taking the bunt away.
To James. Strike one. Two and one. One pitch to Jones and runs to 3-1.
Logan Morrison waiting on deck. James Jones should get a pretty good fastball to hit right here.
3-2. Here comes the 3-2. And 2. Struck him out. 2 down. Last hope here for the Mariners, Logan Morrison.
Logan 1 for 2. Got a base hit in the right field, popped out to third.
Fastball misses.
LeBron still has a good fastball, 95 miles an hour.
Here's the 1-0. Strike 2. I'm going to take a long walk. He did not like that Danny DeMuth call. Stalomo. 2-1. Two and 1 from Dubron. Bouncing ball to Laurie. Stays with it. And that'll do it. A's win at 7-5. The Mariners dropped to 1-4 on this homestand. They had a chance to put it away. Could not get it done. Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines starts right now with Brad and Bill. Fellas.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. So there you have it. The A's have taken the first 2 games of this set, and it almost seems fitting, Bill, that they were able to tie it in the top of the 9th inning off Tom Wilhelmsen without a single base hit. One of those nights.
And that's exactly right. Tom's been almost perfect, and that just was not a great inning. you kind of hand the other team an opportunity, and they delivered. Close game otherwise, some stellar relief pitching from both teams, some long balls, but at the end, one more long ball from the A's. Semien takes it deep, and that's the story.
15 homers on the year for Semien, 7 against the Seattle Mariners. And the A's win it, yes, 7-5. The winner, Venditti, 3 perfect innings from the ambidextrous pitcher for the A's. So that's how the game ends tonight in a whopping 13 innings. I don't even know how long we've been here. It seems like a long time out in the pen. We're all alone out here, Bill. It's getting cold, too. Sucre got himself a knock, believe it or not. Elias was gone early in this game. Mariners come back, but the A's come back to win it 7-5. Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines on the way.